Alright, let's go ahead and get it running. Hang on. Oh, okay. I will have to look into that later. Alright, let's hit the button. That's not the right button. There we go. Hi! Hello, everyone. Still on the Clip Studio scene. Hang on. let me jump back over. We'll hang out here for a little bit. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. Hello, VOD Watchers. I hope you're all doing well. Sorry, throat's a little bit scratchy. Let me get some water in here. Hello, Panda. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. Oh, it's the watch streak or redeem thing. Interesting. I wonder what my stream streak is. Oh. I've been seeing that. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I've been seeing that going around. I didn't know if it was a redeem option. Anyway, it's good to see y'all. I hope you're doing well. I hope that the week is treating you kindly. It's been a pretty chill day today. Went pretty quickly, so I can't really complain about that. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not get the bike ride in on Sunday. I didn't really trust the weather. It was very windy, and it just kind of looked like it was gonna rain all day. So I just ended up playing some Beat Saber and going for a run. It was good though. It was good. It wasn't nothing to be upset about. It's raining over here. See, I like the rain. I don't mind the rain. I really don't like biking on wet roads. I really don't like biking in the rain. So, you know, as it's getting colder and it's getting wetter and the sun is going down sooner, it's like, yeah, time to call it a season. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Frickin' YouTube updated their UI again, and it's awful. I hate it. It's so ugly. They reduced it so it's 3 thumbnails at the end of the screen, right? Like after the video ends, it brings up related videos. It's only 3 now. It's like, this sucks. On the other hand, I'm not seeing as much AI slop, so maybe better. I'm in for a heck of a night. I will pray for you. Can we all get some 07s for Mage? He's gonna be modding one hell of a collab stream. It's gonna be wild. I hope you have a good time though. I hope it's fun. Okay, so the plan for tonight is we're gonna be working on some art. We're gonna be just chilling out. We've got our drawing for Valky, and we're gonna see if we can finish it. No promises, but we'll see. We'll see. Before we get to that though, I wanted to talk game stuff with you guys. Unfortunately, not the game dev stuff. I'm still figuring that out. Still need to sit down and really take some time. Maybe I'll try on Sunday. Sunday's supposed to be really chilly, so I don't know if I'm gonna get a lot of outside time. I might sit down and try and grind through this bug, see if I can finally figure something out, or just go back and brute force it by going again. But the video game stuff, us playing games. So, the next game on deck is Horizon Forbidden West, right? However, I was looking over, I said I would make a list I got a list. Um, so Horizon Zero Dawn, or not Zero Dawn, Forbidden West. I checked how long to beat, and I believe it said for main stories plus extra content would be somewhere in the territory of, I think it was like 70 hours. Right? So similar length to Zero Dawn. It'll take us a while. We'll be there for a bit. Let me double check the number. Yeah, so main plus extra, they average out to about 74 hours. Hades 2 was really fun to look up because the base... So, just completing the main story for Hades 2 is approximately 24 hours. Main plus extra is 43. Completionist is 108. So there's a lot of extra in there if you want to go for it. And frankly, you know, if you're on the fence about it and you watch me play it, you might still go, okay, but there's a lot that they did not get to, so I still want to go in and play it myself. So my point is, playing both of these games back to back will take us a long time. There will be a lot of streams to go through, right? I'm not really saying that in like a complaining sort of way. However, there are a lot of games that have been sitting on my to-play list for a while and have not gotten the attention that they deserve because we focus on other stuff. So I thought it might be a good idea, before we get into these long games that we're going to be sitting with for a while, to play through some of those. You know, my original thought was to just play one to finish out October. But, you know, essentially what I'm looking at is Cocoon was on the list. If you guys remember Limbo and Inside, Cocoon is their third title. You know, all of these are aggregate approximate times based from how long to beat. So that's going to be about 5 to 6 hours. Shantae Risky Revolution, going to be about 7. Blueprints, unfortunately, is listed to be around 40, so I don't think that fits into this category, but I do want to play that at some point. Return of the Obra Dinn is about 10 hours. The Riven remake, How Long to Beat swears is 12 hours long, which I would be very surprised if we beat it in 12 hours. My memory of Riven is that it is fucking hard. Like, the puzzles in that are seriously demanding. And figuring out where you're supposed to go. That said, we also beat Miss in like a single stream. So maybe it's that short after all. Maybe it's just, you know, having 20-something years of, yeah, about 25 years of additional like gameplay puzzle solving experience will make the game much more trivial. And then there's also System Shock 2 and Hi-Fi Rush, which are 18 and 14 hours respectively. I'm sorry to be throwing all these numbers at you, but it sort of helps me contextualize when I want to play these games, right? So I feel like if we can get through, we should go through like 3 or 4 of these. We'll play through them, maybe put a little bit of extra time towards playing the games, just so that we can sort of, you know, not stretch it out for too long. And I figure if we do that, we'll sort of get in, we'll either finish out all of the other games and then we can start Horizon at the start of next year, or we'll get started on it a little bit before we take our holiday break. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of what I'm imagining we're gonna do. So hopefully that kind of works for all of you. What we let me just start. Let me just ask, how does that sound to you guys? Yeah, this is why on the schedule I just put game for Thursday, because I thought we might go ahead and start in on that this week. One thought that I even had was, you know, we can sort of, if Valksar isn't quite done tonight, we'll wrap it up on Thursday, and then we'll play whichever game we want to start with. I'm thinking, for the sake of the month, what we might do is, so I don't think Cocoon is that creepy of a game. I think they sort of eased off of some of the like creepiness from their previous titles, but I think it is of an appropriate spirit that we might start with that and then do Return of the Oberdin, which is sort of like a ghost ship mystery game. That seemed like a good sort of way to play through the remainder of October. So we'll do those two, and then we can do Shantae and maybe Riven. And I think that'll more or less be November, or at least a good chunk of November, and then we'll get started on Horizon. I do really want to play Hi-Fi Rush at some point. It has been sitting in my library as a to-play for a while. But we'll have to sort of come back around to it at some point, I think. And of course, what we can also do is we finish Horizon and then we do another block of this, right? We have a couple other like shorter games that we sort of play in between the long form games. Okay, so let me just write that down on this here sticky note of which order we're gonna do this in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. And frankly, like, I'm glad I wrote down the list. I'm sure there's still stuff on there that I forgot about. I just, it's been so long since I even thought about playing that I just forgot it was even there. So, something will get added to the list. I am certain. So yeah, that was kind of the order of business that I needed to take care of. So I talked with you guys about. Yeah, otherwise, I think we can go ahead and sort of jump straight into the art time. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. How's that sound? Okay, let me shimmy on over here. I'm just gonna, excuse me. There we go. Just gonna get right behind you. And we can go ahead and get started on this here drawing of ours. So, it's going pretty well. I think, let me try one thing really quickly. I'm just curious. I want to see if this looks better as a horizontal. I kind of like it. I kind of like it more. Like, yeah, we lose some of the stuff in the lower bound. Obviously, we can scale it a little bit just to get some of that back and get a little bit extra context for the lower body, but I kind of prefer this. What do you guys think? Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling it. Maybe rotate it a little bit too. Honestly, I also kind of like the white border. It's kind of fun. Okay, I want to try a couple things. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna group this, and I'm gonna duplicate the group, and then merge that in. Let's bring that down here. So I want to grab all of this essentially. Sure, just grab that. That looks good. So, oh, hello. Yeah. There we go. So that gives us a little bit more like perspective. You know, we just sort of stack things on top of each other a bit better. We can obviously clean it up. I know the answer. There we go. So yeah, that's the before, and that's the after. Now, I'm gonna do one other thing for funsies. I just want to see if this works. It might look good, it might not. The idea is essentially I just want to see if like having her sort of pop out gives a little like a sense of dimension, right? That she's like actually sort of popping out of the frame into view. Or like sneaking around the corner and trying to surprise you. It's kind of fun. I don't know. That part I could take or leave. Doesn't really... I kind of dig it though. I kind of dig it. It's kind of fun. Let's keep it. And then if I decide, no, it's a little too corny or whatever, we can always sort of go back in and add more detail, right? We can go in and correct that. Okay, so... with all that said, I'm pouring myself a little bit of tea real quick. Okay, so step one of all this shenanigans, right? The immediate necessary fix is we gotta go in and add the rest of the sleeve. That's one thing that I don't know. I have a lot of appreciation for traditional art, obviously. I dare even say I enjoy it. Like, I haven't done a lot of oil painting, but I do like it. My experience with it was very positive. And it definitely helped me a lot. But there's just stuff about digital work. There's stuff about the digital workflow and tools that are available that's just so much easier to work with. I'm like, yeah, this is better. Okay, so... Oh, that's the... Okay, I do need to mass this out a bit farther. So we've got all of this going on, right? Okay, good. Okay, and just for the sake of my own sanity, I'm gonna merge everything together. So I'm not trying to remember, like, what was being handled on what layer and all that. Here we go. So I do think I've been thinking. I think it's about time, possibly, arguably, for some model upgrades. Nothing really crazy. Like, I'm not gonna say never, but I'm not really of a mind to make a version 3.0. I think it would just be a lot of work to like recreate all the outfits. And there isn't really anything that I'm looking to do that would require completely overhauling the model, right? But there is some stuff that I would like to improve upon. You know, some of it is better head motion, better hair. There's a guide that came out recently. VTuber, or model artist, model rigger, put out a tutorial, the lesson pack on how they set up hair. So I feel like that could be a good thing to work on, right? And just have just some general performance improvements, better range of capabilities, maybe add some more like arm motions or something. Unfortunately, there's still no word on possible like updates from VBridger, so our mouse functionality remains unavailable. which is unfortunate. I do miss that, but it's what it is. One that I keep sort of coming back to is adding like more sort of movement or functionality in the legs, which always feels kind of silly because I'm never like standing that high up that you guys can see what my legs are doing anyway. It's like I don't really need to do that in most cases. Life imitates art, both at work and on stream. Am I wearing pants? You'll never know. So I think that'll be something to look forward to for next year. I think maybe we can sort of aim to have a new outfit to go with it, and then we'll have some, model improvements, maybe a new little bit of this and that. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen like right away or anything, but I'm kind of getting that itch to do some new stuff. I think now that we have, a pretty well developed set of outfits, that I'm not like, oh yeah, I want to do an outfit for this season, an outfit for this season. It'll be a lot easier. Though it will involve going back and making some adjustments and improvements to the existing clothing to get it to fit and all that. Especially if there's new functionality, I might need to draw some new elements for everything to be compatible. I think that'll sort of be something to figure out. That is one thing that has sort of been a limiting factor, is the tech debt of, okay, well, if I want to add like this toggle for the arms or something, that would involve potentially adding new sleeve components for all of the tops that I've drawn, right? All of the shirts. So it's not just, making a new arm, it's making all of the stuff that has to go on top of that. That kind of adds up. It becomes a lot over a while. With Final Fantasy XIV, for all of its limitations and in my view, you know, kind of getting shortchanged on its budget, on its resources. They have gone in and they have done some tech debt updates that I never thought they would do. You know, they made the entire map flight capable, so fighting mounts can work in every area in the world. They went in and they added second die slots to a lot of outfit pieces. Right, you know, before I only had room for a single die. Now you could assign two of them and they would affect different parts of the outfit, which is really cool, and I really commend them for doing that. But my assumption was always just that, you know, the requirement of saying, well, we're not just going to do this for outfits and armor pieces going forward, but we're going to go back and modify existing assets to be compatible with this new system. That is expensive. That is a lot of time, a lot of effort on the part of the developers to handle tech debt like that. So you know, my assumption is always, unless they, you know, just seem to have all the resources they could ask for, you know, I would never assume that anyone is going to get to those things. Okay. Looking better. Just need to finish cleaning everything up. Okay. Well, I meant to check Valk's schedule and see if she's going to be streaming tonight, but I forgot. Barring any surprises, she should be streaming on Thursday, so that should work. Go. Let's try and round this out a little bit, yeah. Yeah. Good. Good, 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 good. Alright. I think this is feeling a lot better. I think it just makes more sense to... I mean, if I really wanted to be crazy, it would like crop it a lot closer to her face, but I don't know. I like having most of her in view. I think it... Let's do this. I'm gonna scale it up a little bit more just so some of this ear gets cropped out. I think that works. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, now with all of that said, I'm realizing a little detail in here that doesn't really make sense, which is this sleeve is getting cropped off by the jacket. It should be the other way around. Good. Okay, that looks pretty good. God, those hands are a mess, aren't they? I'll have to go in and clean that up. Okay, yeah. A little less than what we had just now. Okay, I think that works pretty well. Oh goodness, look at all this. Look at all this completely untouched area. Maybe I won't finish this tonight. It's actually a lot more still to resolve than I thought. Oh, that's okay. It's not really a race or anything, right? Okay. Dang it, maybe I shouldn't have merged this in just yet. It's okay. So I had a thought last night, because I ended up playing Risk of Rain 2 for the first time in a while. There wasn't really any reason to it. There wasn't any like particular thing. I just saw it and was like, I want to play some Risk of Rain. And it was good. It was fun. I finally got like a good round of arcade mode, as I like to call it, on Huntress. I find Huntress has some survivability issues that makes it harder to just have like an endless run. You know, just keep going and collecting items and trying not to die until eventually, essentially, you accumulate so many items and get so powerful that there is nothing that the game has in its arsenal that it can throw at you anymore and be threatening. Like, literally, stuff would spawn and just die instantly. So that's why I call arcade mode. I like it. I think it's fun. It has a bit of challenge, just, you know, like I said, sort of getting to that point of unkillableness. But once you get there, it's just kind of like taking a victory lap. It's not quite as like precarious or try hard as some of the actual gameplay loops, but I enjoy it. I enjoy it for what it is. But one of the things that sort of occurred to me while I was doing that, and I feel like, because I've talked a bit before about how I haven't been playing a ton of games, right? I still play a fair amount. Lately, I've sort of been leaving X4 on in the background while I draw or whatnot to sort of let my stations just run their factories and accumulate money. You know, sort of keep an eye on them, but it's not the main thing that I'm doing. But I don't know, I feel like there's a feeling of demand, I think, from a lot of video games that more and more, at least to me, is becoming unappealing. right? I think in some other situations it might be described as FOMO. But like Monster Hunter has the collaborative event with Final Fantasy, right? So Final Fantasy 14 got the Arkveld fight added to it, and Monster Hunter Wilds got the Omega fight added. And, you know, they're not direct transplants, they are fights built according to their respective games requirements, and then they just have the creature from the other game as the boss. But the I'm sorry to keep jumping from thought to thought, but this sort of ties back to that idea of words having nuance that is very hard to pick up when you like directly translate it from one language to another. So when I think about the Monster Hunter event, you know, sort of the way that I think about it is, oh, I have to do that at some point. I have to. Like, there is a requirement. Either because it's a limited time thing and it's not going to be available to play forever, or, you know, there's some part of the game that I will miss, or a feeling of falling behind. Right? There's an impetus on me to play these games. It is not simply because I want to, it is because I have to. And that, I feel like, might kind of be where the modern game burnout is coming from. That this sense of obligation, almost, to play games and keep up with them. It becomes this thing that you have to almost like schedule and take shifts on to make sure that, you know, you're getting hands-on time with all of your games and not neglecting any of them. I don't know. I feel like that might just be... I think to some degree it tires me out. Now, I might not be the only one. It might be just sort of a general group that's like, or a general vibe of, yeah, I don't want to be responsible for all these games. I don't want to feel like I'm required to play these things. I just want to do it when I want to do it. You know, Helldivers too. I jumped in with my coworkers for the first time in a while last week, and it was fun. You know, we took a little bit of effort to sort of get back to what we were familiar with, but it was a good time. We really enjoyed ourselves, and Helldivers does have some limited time stuff. You know, there is sort of we'll call it a narrative. I wouldn't call it a story, but there's, you know, there are events occurring in-world, in-game. And the events sort of chain from one to the next, and there is at least the implication of an evolving story. Though frankly, I do think somewhat on brand. It's a bit of a 1984 type of story. You know how in 1984 there's like all of these broadcasts, you know, newsreels going on in the background, updating people on the state of the various conflicts, and you know, this one is going so well and this one's not going so well, and you sort of realize over the course of the story that like they're just playing on repeat. You know, they're just sort of perpetuating this constant state of war. Helldivers feels very much the same way of like, oh, you know, we achieved this monumental victory, and then in like a couple months it's like, zounds, it's all gone wrong, and the war goes on. Kind of a similar vibe there. But so there's a bit of a sense of FOMO in the sense, just in the way of like, oh, you know, whatever's sort of going on with this conflict over here. You know, there was the big super Earth invasion a couple months back. That, you know, if you don't log on for that and play, you don't get to experience it. But you know, they followed the Halo Infinite design for their war bonds, where they release a war bond and it's just always available, right? It is always going to be there. So it's like, oh, you know, I haven't played for 6 months. You know, this was the last war bond that was out, and they've released like 3 more since then. Oh, they're all still here. You know, you might have a hard time grinding the super credits in game. You know, just playing enough games and finding enough super credits that way. But you know, if you choose to, you can get the super credits to unlock every war bond that has ever been released. Either by paying them money, which is probably, you know, what they would really want to have happen, but, you know, whatever. Or, yeah, just putting in the playtime to find the super credits. Which, you know, if you do go that route, good luck. But I appreciate that, right? There's less of a feeling of requirement. There's less of a sense of, oh, I have to be logging in regularly, you know, once a week, once a day, however often, to do my stuff. And it's like, okay, you know, they do have like daily challenges and weekly challenges, but they award you medals. And it's like, you get medals so quickly. It's not any sort of actual strong incentive to play the game. It's more just sort of to help you along while you're playing. It's not something that you're gonna feel like you're missing if you don't. So yeah, I don't know. I think there are 2 things that are sort of making classic games more appealing to people. I think one is less of a sense of obligation. They're older games, especially since a lot of them are just, you know, single player games that were released as standalone games that you just played until you were done with it or you beat it. I think there's more of a sense of like, this is just a thing to have fun with, right? It doesn't have mechanics to incentivize continual play or cyclical play, or, you know, form login habits. Well, Sonic, happy Choomsday. I hope you're having a good week. Yeah. I think older games are just simpler in that regard. So I think that's a good aspect of it. And two, I think there's a over-structuralization of modern game design. You know, the fact that we have courses, we have programs where people are taught how to be game designers. And no disrespect to those things, but obviously you have to structure a class and you're going to teach all of the students the same stuff. And they're all going to learn the same things, and they might, you know, have different takeaways, different ideas, different evolutions, but you know, there is much more of a rule book now, right? Of if you want to make a first-person shooter, here are the do's and don'ts. If you want to make a platformer, here are the do's and don'ts. If you want to make any kind of game, effectively, there is a long list of like, okay, here are examples of games that have been really successful and games that have not been successful. Here are the things that you do and the things that you don't do. And if you go back to games from the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, especially in that period, the sort of shift into 3D, it was wild. Everyone was just doing whatever the fuck they thought to do, right? Because there was no standard, there was no rule book on how to execute X type of game, because those games hadn't been made yet. They were figuring it out in real time. And I don't know, I think there's sort of a unique charm to people just sort of doing stuff and seeing if it works and having fun with it. As opposed to like, here's the latest iteration of run and shoot a man. So obviously, you know, it's not an absolute rule. Like the latest Pokemon just came out and it seems to be getting, at least some people are enjoying it, so yeah, it's got that going for it, whatever. But I don't know, I think there's just sort of, I think there's a flavor of appeal that modern games kind of struggle to hit on, because everyone sort of looks at precedent rather than just going by vibes, I guess. I don't know, it's hard to describe, right? If you do something non-standard, you might not make the big bucks. It's true, and that is why the AAA games never want to do that, because they don't. I mean, let's be fair, right? Let's be completely fair. I would be very hesitant to gamble $200 million on vibes. I don't think there are many people that would just go fuck it, we ball with tens of millions of dollars. I think that is reasonable. But I think that is part of where the indie market, the indie scene, is finding a lot of success. Is a lot of times it's, you know, one person, 3 people, a very small team that is sort of united around an idea and sort of already resigned to the fact that they're going to be eating top ramen and potatoes for a while they figure this out. You know, they might have a secondary job, they might have a support gig of some kind while they figure out how they're gonna make their crazy little idea of a game work. And you know, it is volatile, right? There are, I would say, probably the majority of indie games don't go anywhere. They don't sell super well, and that's not like anything against the games. There's just so many of them, right? We were looking at that release, like I said last time, we were looking at that list of releases for this year, and that was far from an exhaustive list, right? That was a fraction of everything that has come out, just because there's so many games that get released every week. But most of them you end up never hearing about because it's just some small indie title that gets released on Steam and, you know, maybe garners a couple of sales from recommended lists, but never really sort of takes off as the next big indie darling. So yeah, AAA isn't gonna do it because it's too volatile. Indies are probably gonna do it because that can be a big part of what makes you stand out, and you know they're less inclined to sort of play by the rules because they have the idea and they want to follow through on it. I think AA has a lot of potential to do bigger, more ambitious projects, obviously, than indie, but we've also been seeing a lot of indie titles and indie studios struggling to gain headway in the last couple of years because, you know, the industry is contracting, people have less money to buy games, and they're less likely to sort of randomly pick up some unknowns, I guess. Double A's are typically operating on the kind of, you know, money levels where having a major flop could get the studio closed, because they will be putting still millions of dollars into development. If they don't see that profit back, well, that can be it. It's hard. It is a hard balance, a hard situation. I have a thought in this of all that, but we actually stayed on track for once, and I don't remember what it was. There we go. Okay. I think it's working. What is this? Oh, that's the ring for the leash. Good. Okay, I think we're getting there, slowly but surely. I think we can go ahead and merge most of this in. Yeah. Yeah, it looks right. There we go. What is this? Tiger, what are you doing back here? You're being silly. You're also talking to yourself again.
I used to be the one. I used to be a getaway dreamer. You couldn't get enough. Thinking that we would last forever. Don't know what you're thinking of. Looking for a love. Straight at the time we could go. Waiting on the road to see.
Yeah, I think it works.
You're shutting down the conversation. I can never read your mind. I'm loving in the night with you. Whatever you do.
Okay. Okay, let's finish this thought and then we'll figure out sort of what we want to do with the rest of it. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. I think there's only a few areas that still need to be cleaned up. Right? Like most of it has sort of got its initial pass done, and then we just need to fix things.
Look, I know you miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on.
The head is a little bit off. kilter.
Tonight.
Of course it is. How do I fix that?
Darkness.
Of course it is. Alright, let's do this. Easy.
Glowing windows in the buildings from the elevated train. I see 1,000 different stories pass, faces without names. Forget why I came here and I forget why I stayed. And I wonder if they notice if I stepped away.
Okay, so then if we just take this and sort of rotate it a bit, slide it like that. Oh boy! Why is that, Sonic?
If I slipped away.
Okay. Again, we have possible overexertion. You definitely gotta moderate yourself. Pushing too hard can definitely do more harm than good. So yes, please take some rest.
If I slipped away.
Okay, I think that works. Okay. You know, irony being I kind of borked some of this. Sorry, we can figure that. Okay, that looks good. So let's hide those for now. And then, where did the, okay, that's you. Go ahead and apply the mask. And we're gonna create a new layer underneath here. Just sort of give us some room to do that. But I hope the workout, the exercise has been going well at least. There we go. Some sick dudes. There we go. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. Well, looks like we'll have to do a bit more that year after all, won't we?
Miss her, man. But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on.
Not quite as much as I thought, but still some.
They're just walking the streets at night, alone, in a world of darkness.
Right, I'm actually gonna send this nail just a little bit so that they don't tangent with the jawline, right? There we go. And then I know what I want to put on next. No, not as part of a list. Fuck you, YouTube. Mother. Yes, that. No. Oh, you bitch. You bitch. Alright, that's looking pretty good.
On the beach, face to the sky, the stars dance around like gods in disguise. Dance away and take off your clothes. Your heart feels the weight of all I don't know.
Look.
The sunset forever. Angels singing. Baby, it's the sense of joy. Baby, it's the answer. I miss you when I'm alone.
Just gonna jump over because I have no self-control. Oh, it is a slide. I'm shitty. I'm shitty is what I use. Just the rot silly baby. Let's see, let's grab a little bit of this. I think that was actually the same tone. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Good. Shit. What is going on here? The eyes are all messed up. Like the angle on them is super, super weird. I think the one... I feel like they both need to rotate a little bit. So I think this one needs to come down a little bit. I think this one needs to come up a little bit. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Then you see, like, oh yeah. Well, this is a big part of why we do the canvas flipping. Because you get used to looking at stuff, right? Stuff just sort of becomes normalized and you're not... Your brain will sort of write off weird things as just being part of how it is. But when you flip it, all the visual information effectively becomes nil. Right? Your brain has to sort of recalculate what it's seeing. And when that happens, it'll go, oh, that's weird. Why does that look that way? It's a very helpful method for spotting mistakes. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and save all that. Oh, and I guess we'll get back to the ears now. Yeah, let's do the ears. We can also turn the background back on.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm pretty sure it's so fucking awesome.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I did my sippy sip. I already did it. I already did it! I am practicing self-care. Yes, everyone. If you have not, be sure to get a drink, be it some juice, some water, some tea. It's a little late for coffee, but I won't say no. I ain't your parent. You guys got some midnight oil to burn. Shape of the ear is wrong. It's too sharp. Got a little bit of a taper right at the end. For the most part, it's kind of concave or convex rather. There you go. Okay, that's looking better. Not quite there, but getting better. I'm really trying to remember. I feel like I had a thought earlier and it just kind of like, it just came and went. I hate those. I got into a bit of a research hole earlier because someone in one of the discords I'm in brought up how Santa's elves look more like gnomes than elves in modern popular media. And was positing that Santa does not have elves. Santa in fact has gnomes. But it got me curious, and so I did a little bit of digging into why that is. So I got into some interesting sort of research on like, oh, excuse me, the history of elves in mythology and then how they have become what they are. And obviously there is Tolkien, I think, for a lot of the sort of modern depiction of elves. The most popular sort of form as this, you know, regal, elegant, fair and beautiful group of just the hottest people on the planet, right? Though there's an interesting thing that was pointed out in a couple of the discussions that I saw, that the language Tolkien uses to describe what is happening to the elves in Lord of the Rings, he describes them as diminishing, right? They're not disappearing. Their power, their presence in the world as this ancient race is diminishing. And it is, they were saying that it's an allegory of the relevance of elves in popular culture, right? That at one point during Norse mythology and early English mythology, they were a common presence. And then over time, especially with the rise of like, Christian Britain, they sort of got relegated more and more to a secondary role. You know, in Norse mythology and Germanic mythology, there were good elves, there were light elves, and there were dark elves. And the dark elves were ugly and evil and mean, and then all of them sort of got relegated into this demonic presence that spreads disease and kidnaps children. And it wasn't until around the 19th century that we sort of got this Victorian revitalization of mythologies, and that's around the period where elves sort of took on we'll call them the Keebler type, right? With the sock hats, and sort of small individuals. Apparently, prior to that, sort of during I guess it would be Anglo-Saxon, because it was sort of a period where French and English cultures were starting to intermingle more. The term elf sort of became synonymous with fairy. So you could effectively use elf or fairy interchangeably to describe any sort of folklorish, mythological, otherworldly creature. And that might have been part of it, right? Just that you have this sort of nondescript group of generally sort of mischief-making little creatures that are all described as elves and fairies interchangeably. Because even the Norse apparently typically described elves as being pretty short or diminutive. So I don't know where the idea of elves being particularly tall came from, outside of Tolkien just not really concerning himself with it. I swear there is a version of The Hobbit somewhere, maybe it was the animated movie, where the elves in The Hobbit are still depicted as being more Keebler-like, not these elegant, beautiful beings. I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. But it was a very interesting sort of rabbit hole of like, how did we get from like the oldest ideas of elves to where we are now, right? And of course, like the Lord of the Rings established a lot of the modern elf, right? That sort of set the baseline that everything in the last like 80 years has essentially either copied or deliberately set itself opposed to. Tolkien Elf is the current baseline. Unfortunately, I did not really have the time to look into how gnomes took on a very similar like overall appearance, and that they also had, you know, the sock hat, the short stature. They have their own sort of etymological origin, so it's not some weird like simple derivative of being an elf. It's its own thing, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure why elves and gnomes, like there's a version of elf and a version of gnome that look virtually identical to each other. That one's a bit of a mystery.
Close the door, waiting for the flash. Greyhound station, paying cash. Coming back. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. We're moving on, we're moving on. So sweet, hurts in
Jesus. That was the goober. The goober has been thrown.
One suitcase and half a plan. Follow the wolves and sing along. Pass the voices to the song. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We've been in this town for far too long. They say it's darkest before the dawn. We're moving on, we're moving on, we're moving on.
Sorry, one second. Yeah, Goober's the speedy little guy. We should probably just merge these layers together already. Let's clean up this hand a bit more and then we'll do that. God, there's a lot of mess left over on this, isn't there? This new layout sucks. It's so bad. Multiple people at YouTube had to look at this and agree that it was a good idea and approve that. I don't get how that's possible. I feel like if I were the CEO of YouTube, I would be a lot like Brennan's Oreo CEO. But the UI designers would come in, they'd have a whole new layout, and I would just be like, why are you doing this? We already have a functional website that people are happy with. Just take the day off, go home. We worked really hard on this layout. Don't! Fucking tech needs to justify their jobs and their expenses by constantly changing stuff, regardless of what people actually want. Ooh, excuse me. One thing I'm not a huge fan of with Cliff is it doesn't preserve fidelity and transformation super well. I just tend to have to like repaint stuff that I've moved around too much. Like if I'm just translating it, that's fine, but if I like scale it or rotate it, it tends to kind of rasterize in an unpleasant way, and I have to redo parts of it to get the quality level back up. So I really either like to find a better setting for that, or just really like them to work on improving the tech. Like it probably looks fine at a distance, but if I get too close I notice. I'm like, oh, gross. Gross! Oh. Is that from the head? Okay, it is on that layer. Oh, just delete it then. There we go. Okay, good. is all this? What did I do here? I made a mess is what I did.
No chance can come. There we go. Okay, it's looking better. It's looking better at least. Yeah, I think at the rate this is going, that we are not going to finish this tonight. Which is okay. Thursday at Shelby. I think it was worth it though, to make the modifications that we did. I think it is looking better off for it. We just need some extra work to clean everything up.
Wait, wrong one. We already did that. This is what I was thinking. There we go. Alright, this game is definitely looking a lot better. I wouldn't call it done, but it's better. When am I ever really done with anything?
City car silhouette on the ocean after dark. Over the lonely and the holy and the red blood beating hearts. From the dirty black water, the shadow of the void of fall raised itself out of the river, and it climbed upon the shore. Neon on the blacktop, there's a gentle rain downtown. Shadow pulling underneath me as it follows on the ground. Kissed you when I saw you, stared deep into your eyes. I meant to say I love you, but instead I said goodbye. Shadows in the sea. I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets, I'm someone else. Shadows in the city. Like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Shadow in the dark, he comes to me infrequently and breaks your perfect heart. I don't know why I do it, apologize, but it's too late. A single tear and you leave me, shadow slips away. Shadows in the city. I'm a stranger to myself. On these streets, I'm someone else. Shadows in the city. Like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart.
Okay. Fucking hands, man. Every time, every drawing. Swear. It's mine. Nobody else out here. It's time. Run, really yeah, I could always use more practice, but god damn. Some part of it is part of that. What's that doing up there? Okay, so I think this needs to come in and sort of fill in around this finger like that. Okay, and then the roof is sort of originating here and coming out like that. Fantasizing. He's like a koala or something. There we go. Hmm.
November, northern time, always with you, baby. Smoothing softly, biding time, watching you forward and left behind. Shadows flash, forgotten footfalls and craved in ash. Fire open play, before echoes begin to fade. Northern time, and breaking out and by. Cadence of a always silent to hear.
Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's sort of do a similar pass on the fur lining for the jacket later. Still haven't got a perfect score in this in Beat Saber yet. I got close. I think I missed like 3 or 4. I always get very close, and then either because the tracking screws up or just some dumb little mistake, I never get that perfect combo. Sucks.
No, I'll fall in love understand, let's fall down, now we know the freedom.
I don't know. It's always nice to get a full combo, but I actually turn all the scoring stuff off during the track. I'm more just focused on having fun with it, and then if I get a good score at the end, I'm like, sweet! But I'm never like gunning for that, you know. I think the only times I am is if I feel like I'm doing really well. It's like I'll sort of get toward the end and then sort of lock in to try and finish it with the full combo if it seems like that's a possibility. But I think the most I'll ever like try and gun for. My posture is good and my hydration is topped off. I don't know. I think especially with the tracking issues on the headset, I just feel like if I try and gun for high scores or anything, or make full combos the focus of playing, then I'm not gonna get it. I'm just gonna get frustrated because things outside of my control are gonna limit my success. It's like, that's not fun. I would rather have fun with it. You know? Well, it's getting there. Slowly but surely, it is getting there. But I do think we're going to be continuing this for one more stream. Probably go ahead and merge these layers together though. They're really not doing much good separated at this point. It's not really helping anything. Thank you, autosave. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and merge this shit together. Okay. Well, this song I can barely complete in Beat Saber. I think I've beaten it once. Most of the times I crash out. Okay. I was gonna eat some. There's my chocolate. Got a little bit of chocolate left. I meant to start it on. I forgot. I actually haven't started much of the chocolate that I bought at the festival. I don't know, it feels like it's special chocolate. I don't want to go through it too quickly. I don't know. I think that is one thing that, like, I don't know how it is for other countries. I know in Japan, my experience was that, like, treats, you know, candies, sweet drinks and whatnot are typically smaller. Well, that's not really that surprising. That's smaller than American portions, but I don't know. The feeling that I always had was more of a mentality of dessert being like something that you have a taste of, right? You have enough of it to get the experience, get the flavor, and be satisfying. You don't have like a second meal's worth of dessert, you know? I feel like in other cultures, the idea of just like having a little piece of chocolate, it's like, yeah, yeah, that's the right amount that you're supposed to have. You are not supposed to eat like an entire fucking bar of it at once, or like 4. What do you mean you ate the entire bag? There we go. Trying to line this up a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, that feels better. I like that. So I'm pretty sure this is not the right design for a belt, but it is how her belt looks, so we'll roll with it. It's fine. I don't know, maybe it makes more sense for a collar. Maybe. Good. Okay.
Swinging out, grab the scythe and show them how. Welcome to the mountaintop. Wait until the fight calls. I hope you're ready to be swinging till the night falls. Are you a slave and entertainer till the fun dies? I hope you're ready to be swinging till the sunrise. Flame the family waver, stains the flame of flavor. The kind of pain that you complain about and learn to savor. A mystic walk beside that sinister Sakura. Kinda wish to talk with ya before me at the top of your head. I'm not your sensei, but I've been saying since I began this soul sentence. Centuries of repentance, past tense or reservations. Now I stand in defense of this relentlessly intensifies, not lack of suspense. It gives the fuck what, ladies and gents, I'm out of this pen. I'll gladly live inside your head, but who the fuck is my ribs? It ain't me, right? So what you gotta do with that sucker? Cause while the sayers say the same shit, the doers fight each other. You wanna stake your life on any of this? There's plenty of spite to steal your nerves and feel the burn of training starts tonight. Welcome to the mountaintop. Those your fans are counting stop. Throws my hands up stating the obvious. Probably that it was sloppy. Give me action. Sick katana slashing slick. But where's your passion, miss? I'm only asking. Truthfully, I'll lose the heat when seeing no traction. But it must be how you're waxing. So trust me, start relaxing. Your stance is what's average. I'm savage cause I care and you can take it or leave it. Rip and tear, you swear to make me believe it. Silent will strike to kill shinobi. Lots of weak pride or skill. What's the deal? His hands already weak. Let this blood be melted iron, but I still be like what?
Alright, alright.
Think you senselessly slaughter. Cause with devotion to the mission, straight devour the weak. An ocean full of competition, get your actions to speak.
Think you better be hydrating as well.
Just a miss in your streak. They'll say so long with the slide of the seven eye. Kiss on my cheek, oh Yasmin. Send them away, Death Sensei. No ambition, try again next week. Welcome to the mountaintop. Wait until the fight calls. I hope you're ready to be swinging till the night falls. Are you a slave and entertainer till the fun dies? I hope you're ready to be swinging till the sunrise. Throw the talent quit as soon as your body starts bleeding. You'll say goodbye to glory next to loud and never succeeding. So if you like to flip the story and that heart is still beating, I challenge you to stay connected, simply follow my leading. You want to balance following and start creating, stop tweeting. This ain't me hating, I'm just bored from all the talkers I'm beating. And getting sick of lunching endlessly from excuses I'm reading. But man, shit, knowing the tendencies, it's no use, you're never leaving. Fine, then you whine about it, get in line, stage is crowded. I can now supply you with this tough love, good luck without it. Welcome to the mountaintop, where we make the bodies drop. Naughty boys and girls get chopped up into diamonds, open shop. Cop the decent crop of followers, all those asking me how. They spot the name, the fans are shaming, raising their breath. Unlike easy for you to say, always company higher. As if these moves did not take heartache and these tracks did not fire. As if this back did not break over and over, right near expire. As if a million skeletons hit that subscribe for satire. And though this hell is 10 times hotter than the start, I ain't tired. Forgotten death, the ride of drawn my last breath and pieced out to retire. When it gets down to the wire, to survive. dedicate their lives, I ask you. Pick up the sword and swing and sword. Unbearable and wear your scars with dignity when raising something shareable. The strong, the safe, the terrible. Progress in these eyes. Expect no less than are shaking when these deadbeats rise. Deadbeats swinging now. Grab the scythe and show them how. Welcome to the mountaintop. Wait until the fight calls. I hope you're ready to be swinging until the night falls. Are you a slave and entertainer till the fun dies? I hope you're ready to be swinging till the sunrise. Flame the faintly waver, stains the brain with flavor. The kind of pain that you complain about and learn to savor. A mystic walk beside the sadistic Sakura. Kinda wish to talk with you, bore me, and it's off with your heads.
Okay. Missed a couple of spots in here. I do like how the skin tones are coming along, but I think that's been a nice sort of leveling up. Okay. One thing I need to correct here. I don't really like how it's looking. So, the palm is foreshortened. Like it's coming forward in space, right? It's not palm up to the camera. It's, you know, sort of angled forward a little bit more, which is fine. But the fingers are not reflecting that. The fingers are acting like they're perpendicular to the camera. So I need to adjust the hand a little bit. Adjust the anatomy of the hand to sort of make that line up better. Yes, okay. So I think to do that, what we're gonna need to do is bring this back a little bit.
Sorry, referencing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Okay.
Tonight the moon is rose in a crimson red, but roses gotta wither, so I'll live forever instead. And now I can't get rid of all of these thorns in my head. Bring on the hemorrhaging. I guess I'll live inside your memory. Another distorted story that ignored the deceased. I'll live inside of a castle, pray I'm never released. I'd rather kick it in the dungeon, cause I'm that kind of beast. I'll bet my heart on the cards because I trust me the least. Pressure now, I'm doing that. Precious moments, no battle doubt it. Restless ephemeral, scream and shout it. The best don't sleep, I was all about it. But reaping keeps tucked in shadows. This creeping feeling of identity that's closing in on every side of me.
With tomorrow, with today.
Dread sorrow can't turn away. Can't turn back. Time, I'll always be a prisoner to my ambition. Last petals fly. I'll dance your tune, but hold your breath.
Whoop, don't do that.
And when this road runs black, I'll ask you, was I everything you imagined? When my time's finally up, the sun's falling down, I'll turn stone again. Every day the spikes stay relevant, and I cannot last all relish shit. Then our planet's fast, but this holds a ditch, toss out the past, and be strike rich. Nobody asked for the mask is not right fit, and his fiction's no disaster in spite of it. I say curious, what comes after it's mysterious, and it hold on, stay beautiful, stay young. There are blades to be swung, yet rising soon. Regard the moon, reflected in the crimson sun.
Okay, this is looking better. I think we just need to adjust the position of the nail to account for the new orientation.
Sorrow can't turn away.
Mm-hmm.
Time, I'll always be a prisoner to my ambition. Last petals fly. I'll dance your tune, but hold your breath. Guess who's owning the throne? So come alive now, once again, so I can chase you down. We are 5 minutes away from the end is come. Continue slashing, for I must, or else just fade away. There's a drive inside all of us, and never ending around us. See you weighed you down, it's all cause nothing in the middle is all poisonous now. Gonna run away and escape how fate has a funny way of shaking a week down. Am I gonna peek down? Could you complete? Well, somehow incomplete after all. Can't turn back. Time, I'll always be a prisoner to my ambition. Last petals fly. I'll dance your tune, don't hold your breath for me. And when this road runs black, I'll ask you, was I everything you imagined? When my time's finally up, the sun's falling down, I'll turn stone again. So come alive now, once again, so I can chase you down. We are 5 seconds away from the end has come. From here on out, it's only just me and this bloodlust I will just fade away.
Yeah, it feels a bit better. Hmm. Shading's a little bit odd, but it's getting there. It does feel a bit better. I think. I want to say it is. There we go. Alright, now what the fuck is going on in here? Got all these odds and ends left over. Just go ahead and clear all of that out. And paint in what's missing. The fuck is that? Alright. Yep, get out of here. Get it out of here.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, we've got about 50 minutes left. I don't think there's gonna be... There's still a lot that I want to do with this. There's a lot of cleanup still to do. Still want to polish up the hands some more. Put some more work in the hair. I do think it's coming along. I think it is getting there. The collar is still a mess. Well, actually, while I'm looking at that, we're thinking about it. Let's flip everything back. And before we go, okay, so we're gonna do two things. One, we're gonna do the collar, but the other that I want to do is this the right brush for this? Yeah, this will do fine. Probably. Can't believe I'm forgetting my fucking katakana. Yeah, let me double check this, make sure I'm doing the right thing. Okay, I had it mostly right.
It's kind of hard to see behind her, but I think it works well enough. I'm trying to rotate it, see if that helps. It does not. Alright, let's just leave it there. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, here, let's do this. Okay, so if we want this to be long, then basically we want to have this sort of cross behind, like so. Yeah, I think that works a bit better. It just reads more clearly. I can sort of rotate it and scale it up a bit. Good. Yeah, I think that's better. I think it's better approach. Okay. Right, collar. It's like there was another thing that I wanted to do. I want some to go. Good. There we go. And I'm slowly working on, well, I did get a couple of things posted on Blue Sky. I got a couple more to post. Plus the backlog of the time-lapse videos. I don't know. In general, I think it's better to underpost than overpost. I think people still... I think people will be better about it in this day and age, but I feel like people still post things to the internet that they probably shouldn't. Frankly, I think a lot of that is just, how should I put it? I think it is hard to perceive that when you post something on social media, it is visible to everyone. Like everyone that has an internet connection, unless you do something to limit its accessibility, just everyone can see it. Which is probably not the audience that you intended for it, you know? But I think people just don't necessarily like have that in mind when they post stuff. And then the consequences of their own actions come back. And they're filled with regret. Okay, I see what happened with the belt. Yeah, so the part that comes out and latches onto the bar is rendered, but the part where it like loops over the other end of the square is not rendered. So I gotta add that bit in. There we go. Alright, that's a bit better. We get the sort of cast shadow, or not the cast shadow, but the ambient shadow around the holes, right? There we go. So yeah, let's just do the same thing down on the belt here, right? So we need the loop to come up around like that and then sort of dip into the belt. And then this part, we just need to sort of cut the shape down a little bit so that it sits on top more. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave the hands for next time. I put a lot of work into them today and I'm just kind of tired of looking at them. Let's see. Let's move on. Shouldn't be so lost, and as to the feast of the spine of this table. Say good. In the night, in the dark. And as the night is over.
That's where I'm not here alone. Someone somewhere tell me, go find me. Good.
I know what I said. I know what I said. I'm not working on the hands. I'm working on the area around the hands. It's different. It is a different thing. That's where I'm working. Let me check her eyes, because they do have the purple pupils. Curious about... Yeah, I don't really have like a hard border or anything around them. I'm gonna add a little bit just for cleanliness and sanity. Good. what I said, I know what I said, I know what I said. I just want to clean up this one part because it's so bad. There you go. Anyway. There we go. Trying to even a couple of things out in here. And just stuff that's sort of been approached different ways. Depending on when we started it. Like it's pretty close. There's just a few things that feel a bit weird.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now,
Now,
bear
bear
your
your
soul
soul
to
to
me.
Oh, because the eyebrows. I'm like, why isn't it painting over? Whatever, we can merge those in now. Oh, we're still separated. Kind of surprised, honestly. Excuse me. Yeah, we can go ahead and merge that in. Like I just did. Well, that solves that, I suppose. The hell? I don't know why it was blending like that. I'm gonna knock down some of this rim lighting a little bit. It's just very bright for some reason. Doesn't need to be. That's a bit better. Good. Yes. I think part of what's giving the perspective of it being face on is how bright it is. If we knock it down a little bit, it'll give more of an impression of being in shadow. Facing away from the top heavy light source. And then we can sort of put some of that lighter color right along the webbing between the fingers. The faces of it that would still be sort of pointing upwards. Like that. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay. A little bit of color parity here between arms. You know, I never finished watching Castlevania Nocturne. I watched the whole of the first show. I thought it was pretty good. I think the third season was probably the weakest, and then it picked up a little bit in the fourth. The first two seasons were definitely the strongest. I started Nocturne, and I just wasn't that interested in it. I don't know if it actually ended up being any good. Let's clean this up a little bit. I don't know, those first two seasons were really good though. Aren't they working on another Avatar show? It's gonna be a follow-up to Korra. What's the potential to be interesting, I suppose? I'm not gonna reject it out of hand. I thought Korra was also okay. I think one, it took a while to figure out what it wanted to do. And I think it had a really interesting sort of theme and lens that it was sort of doing its storytelling through. But you needed to see the entire show sort of in aggregate to realize what they were doing. Yeah, because the last Airbender, the Firebenders, were the bad guys, right? They were the invading nation that was trying to take over the rest of the world. You know, and there were bad people in the Earth Kingdom, there were bigots in the Water Tribe, but it was always like, no, the Firebenders are the big bads. They're the main enemy to be dealt with. Right? That was true for the entirety of the show. And so part of what The Legend of Korra wanted to do was show how like good and bad people can come from anywhere. It is not predetermined by bloodline or nationality or ethnicity or anything. It's like anybody has the potential to take their ideals and twist them into an evil form. And the same ideals that could be leveraged to be good can also be leveraged to evil. It is a matter of the application. So, you know, one, it ended up with each season having its own antagonist because they had a lot of sort of different modes that they had to get through. And some of the antagonists were better than others. Some of the villains were just better written characters. I think that was a big issue, right? Like, the writing was just kind of all over the place. Some of it was good, and some of it was not. But I think, at the very least, the ideas, once you sort of saw it all come together and understand what it was they were aiming for and what their intention and their message was, I was like, yeah, that was good. It was good. I like that. I think, yeah, the problem that you kind of need to sit through, the first season is not particularly good, and that's, you know, really rough because now you're basically asking people to just sort of bear with the introduction of all the characters until you get to the better stuff. Second season was okay. It had arguably the best part of the entire show, but it was sort of a secondary element to the second season. And then the third and fourth seasons, I'd say, were both pretty good. third season answered a long-standing question about airbending. And the answer was yes. But yeah, I would say of all of the villains, the fourth season's villain was probably the most interesting one. But, you know, it takes that long to get to them. And I imagine a lot of people just kind of fell off the show by that point. Which is fair. You know, my general rule is if a show doesn't have my interest in 3 episodes, then I'm not continuing it. Never mind getting to the 4th season of something. It's like One Piece fans being like, listen, you just gotta get through the first 500 episodes and then the show gets really good, trust me. It's like, I don't. You know, I was thinking about. I'm trying to remember which game in particular I was thinking about. But it was in relation just to game preservation and stop killing games, you know. Because I think there are a lot of games that. Oh, I think I was. Yeah, it was about Monster Hunter. Because Monster Hunter is a very interesting series, right? It has this feeling of constant iteration, constant development, you know, from the first game up to the present game. There's always sort of been this sense of like, all right, here's the core concept, and then we're gonna tweak things, we're gonna add things, we're gonna remove things, we're gonna change things around, we're gonna introduce new weapons, we're gonna introduce monsters, right? And stuff that the fan base responds well to, we will keep and build upon, and stuff that they don't like, we will remove or, you know, make adjustments to and see if we can get it to work. But most of the Monster Hunter games, you know, have been released on like the PlayStation or the PSP or the Vita. I could be wrong. I feel like I'm wrong. But I think Monster Hunter World was the first one that was persistently online, right? That you would start the game up and it would have to ping home to the Capcom server to check your character profile and all of that. You know, there are still people that play pretty much every Monster Hunter, right? Going all the way back to the first one, because everyone sort of has their favorite Monster Hunter, and the one where like all the mechanics sort of hit just right for them. And so, even as the new ones come out and they play those, it's still like, but I like 3 the most, right? Like GU the most. And they'll keep with that. They'll sort of always have it in the pocket. And it occurred to me, it's like, okay, but World requires a server connection, and at some point in the future, Capcom is not going to want to support that server anymore. At some point, enough people are going to be playing World that it just doesn't really math out for them to continue to support it. And it made me a little bit nervous, because it made me think, World might be the first Monster Hunter that is lost. It is not playable anymore. And that was like, this is what we need the initiative for. This is what we need them to essentially require. That's like, okay, if you're going to end of life the service of this game, the servers are not going to be available, you're not going to have it anymore, then you need to introduce some combination of options, right? Allow a downloaded character profile to exist on the player's computer, right? So eliminate the server requirement, have all character data saved locally, and just allow them to play offline perpetually, right? Option 2, which I think is what you would see happen for a lot of MMOs, is allow, modify the system to allow for peer-to-peer connection, or the allowance of private servers to be established, right? So that people can essentially just connect to the server, but the server is their own system. And there's always this complaint that comes up. There's this detraction of, oh, that's going to cost dev time, right? You're going to need people to come in and modify the game and patch it so they can do these things. And it's like, yes. On the other hand, once you take the service offline, the game is dead. You make no money off of it. You cannot make money off of it. Whereas if it is made into a perpetual state that people can continue to buy it, you can continue to sell it for like $5 on Steam or Good Old Games, and people will continue to buy it, and you will make money past its end of life. And something like Monster Hunter, people will continue to buy it into the future. So the argument of it's not financially viable kind of smells like bullshit to me. There are definitely difficult situations where it's like, yeah, but the company that developed it doesn't exist anymore, so who's responsible for it? Does it got sold off to this holder, and then these guys bought it, and it's like, okay, who actually would be capable of modifying it? There are definitely difficult cases, but I don't know. I think in the case of Monster Hunter, it's like it seems to me there's an obligation to preserve the timeline, the lineage of the games. And I would be very upset if they just sort of decided, like, yeah, we're just gonna let this one go. That would feel like a betrayal of Monster Hunter. How many other reasons not to do so some games might demand a huge download? Absolutely true. Microsoft Flight Sim, for example. I can imagine No Man's Sky. If you had to download the local, like if you had to download the instance data for every star system, yeah, that would be kind of insane. There would definitely need to be some sort of restructuring of the game to make it client compatible. So there are definitely hurdles that would need to be resolved on a case-by-case basis, but I do think that it is important to have these things be options, right? Rather than just being like, it's hard, so fuck it. We don't want them. Yeah, certainly, especially multiplayer games, you know. Helldivers, Elite Dangerous, Monster Hunter, whatever the case may be, you are going to get a different experience, right? Once it is crossed that threshold. It is going to be a different game, either just because it is restricted to a first person only mode, or because it, you know, it's becomes peer-to-peer and the connection doesn't work the same way. But I don't think that's an excuse not to do it, right? Okay, I'm still going, but we gotta call it a night. I'm just kind of cleaning up a little bit more of the hair. So on Thursday, we're gonna start by working on this. I don't think we have that much more to do, right? We gotta clean up the hands a little bit more, maybe a bit more detail in the hair, a little bit final polish on a little bit here and there. But I think it's very close. I think it's very close. So we'll finish it up, and then I think we'll start playing Cocoon. Yeah, I think that'll work, because we can start Cocoon, and then we'll finish it on Saturday, and we can start another drawing then. I think that'll fit well. Oh, so that's the plan! Oh, fuck! That was a good stretch. Alright, let's go see who is online that we might raid. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube on. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I really think switching to a landscape was a good call. And then the fun little found thing of the margins is like, mwah, I like it.